ACDF stands on JCF. So the portal hologram technology takes you anywhere in the world instantly. And be there, be here.
And I told them about the movement. They're like, oh, we want to try this. Oh, yeah. Am I on?
Yeah. All right. I just turned it off.
Great.
You guys ready? Yes? Yes? Not ready. I'll put some music on there. Let's do a little music. Because this they need 1 more minute.
It's just gonna be that loop. It's gonna be it's
Okay.
gonna be that loop music. It's gonna be pretty
Okay.
redundant.
Okay.
Let me just put this looping.
Okay, so while the guys get set up, you need a couple minutes, right? Or you're okay? So what we did earlier was those who came here in the morning were all introduced themselves. So I'm going to ask anyone who's come in the last hour and a half, just to name your company, where you're from, where you live. So who's come in new from this morning? You guys were here. Anybody else has come in new this morning? Okay, in the back there. Great. And then we'll start again. You're also new, right? Okay. Yep. There you go. Speak. Oh, sure.
Good morning, Osher Frank, Metaverse Architects. Our studio is based in Toronto. Would love to meet everybody one-on-one after.
Hi, I'm Jeff Macer. I'm with the Metaverse Investors Expo, also from Toronto.
You guys ready? Mia? Okay, so we're on. So we're in the middle of the video, right?
Yeah, so I apologize for blowing it all up, but I say now we can see the video. Be great.
Lightning strikes, right?
Lightning strikes.
Okay, literally. Okay, let's run the video as Ariane again. Yes? A little bit of sound.
All right. Thank you. Questions?
Let me ask a simple question.
Sure.
We had earlier the Magic Leap kind of said that you had to pivot to more the enterprise. You guys look pretty clearly squared, focused on the consumer side. Tell us a bit about that.
So I think, well, there's three. Hobo is one of the first ones. We have over right now, I think it's let's say 300 million people that actually already enlisted into that game. So our goal is really to do content to really relate to that audience. Hobo started in 2000s, so it's pixelated, as you can see. So our focal point is really just to create the content that's relevant to that audience, and then bring in the clients that obviously is going to take a benefit of. When you start looking at Hotel Hideaway, it's for younger skewing, or better yet, an older skewing, but it's more bringing in more of entertainment, chat rooms, and so forth. So again, always focusing on revenue for the client, engagement, and then all of us. And finally, it's the Wuzoo. It's more of a fashion approach, younger skewing. So our consistently is always trying to innovate, always trying to become more and more resonant with what is relevant to the audience overall. And at the end is really engaging in monetary, engaging in branding, and engagement for our audience overall. So that's really how we've been focusing.
So what would be for Azirian, if you grow in your business,
Yep.
I mean, what would be kind of open question, pain points for you guys? I mean, who do you try to meet? What moves the needle for your business?
So we are not only here, this is part of the content. We also have publishers. So we represent a lot of publishers. We do a lot of advertising. The biggest pain point for us, like with most, is data. How do we now understand the audience that's consuming? How do we know and understand the relevancy to then really connect even more? And most of the biggest pain point is the growth. We started in 2014.
Questions here? If not, I've got one last one. So it's a word on NFTs, saying that it's not a good word these days. But what's your perspective on that? That's obviously part of what you're doing.
So we Hobo X, which is the next version of where we're going, it just launched in December of last year. So yes, there is that connotation, but at the end, I think it's also relevancy and what matters. So before, it's always based on money and how much you're going to get back, and NFTs became that game. I think nowadays NFTs is more access. When you look at a Gary Vee, when you look at all these other platforms, is this kind of NFT gives you the opportunity to get this kind of access, and that's what we'll be focusing on more. Not just how much you're going to sell it on the resale, but more what you gain out of it. And that's really what NFTs, I think, is going to transfer to.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Santiago. Very good.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it. Very interesting. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. We're going to keep rolling on. H&M is up next. Bianca Franklin from H&M out of Stockholm. Yes. Here, and you've got a video and a clicker.
Alrighty.
Let's see.
Hi, everybody.
That clicker doesn't work. This
Oh,
one does.
okay. Thank you.
Green clicker forward.
So my name is Bianca Franklin, and I work at H&M. I think maybe perhaps you guys have shopped there or have heard of it. Maybe, yeah. But what I do is something different. I created, a year ago, our global music hub, and I did it together with Henry and another company called Ology. And our mission was to actually, how do you break down silos within a huge global organization that works with music all the time in every sense of the way? How do you bring emerging talent to a platform where they want to reach new audiences, or new audiences want to reach new emerging talent and be discovered in a new way? So we created, together with our team in Berlin, the Beyond team that works with a lot of Web3 and Metaverse technology, and their partners Journey, and we piloted and we tested. And one would think, because we're H&M, we have deep pockets. Well, if you're a little startup department that I'm heading and creating, you don't have that. You have to go and you have to pitch and you have to ask people, do you want to be a part of this cool little pilot within the metaverse and test something in a new market with emerging talent? The usual answer is, you go ahead, you test it, let us know how it goes, and we'll. So these are the results from the little tests that we did back in H&M as a global brand. We have huge processes. We were in 6 different time zones. And if you guys have worked with the Swedes, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks vacation. They're around during the summer months. And we had a deadline to actually launch this experience with the boy band that was totally new, with their album release. So we had 8 weeks to bring this to life in a way that we had never done before, literally. So let's see how that went. The challenge, the solution, and the results. So how do we consume today after the pandemic? We are online, right? And usually you would consume a music experience as a concert or a festival live. So how do you create brand engagement where you have been, met with like all these digital platforms, all these gamings, and you want them to engage with your brand in a way? How do you create an experience that people want to actually do when you're not partnering up with a Fortnite or a Roblox that we just did right now with our kids collection? How do you bring audiences to your platform that you actually repurposed? Background story, we had launched a PR tool, business to business, this cool metaverse experience. And I was like, hey, let me work with that and create a concert venue. Let's see how many people we can draw there. So how do you also sell an experience when we're a fashion brand and we're supposed to be selling clothes and garments and fashion? And you're not selling that. And the same thing where, URL today is where people are at and connecting with each other around the world. And how do you connect that with an IRL experience? So we wanted to break limits with Metaverse tech. I had never really worked before, so that was cool and new for me. I wanted to connect with Gen Z, with emerging talent, and we wanted to amplify talents we believe in. As you guys know, we work with large talents such as Beyonce, The Weeknd. We worked with a Filipino P-pop band called BGYO, and we wanted to bring them to the world. Let's see. So this is what we called celestial spaces that we did locally in the Philippines, where we created a once-in-a-lifetime experience for fans with their, regardless of socioeconomic background, you were able to connect with family and friends around the world for free. All you needed to do is have Wi-Fi, basically, so you could connect on any device and join our Metaverse concert and see your idols. So from that, this is what we did. We created access worldwide via any device. You could customize your avatar. So, of course, we didn't have time to go into the details of making a new avatar. So we used the ones from the PR tool that we had before. But you could change colors, that you could do. And you could express emotion. That I thought was very important. That if you're at a concert, you want to be able to jump up and down, clap, and interact with friends. And you could chat with one another. And usually you would think about brand safety. We were always like, nope, we want people to have fun and to be able to talk to each other. So we just made it as fun as possible so you didn't really feel that, you were losing on the negativity there. And of course, we wanted you to share via social media. So you could take pictures with the holograms of your favorite artists. So you would set up your avatar, you'd come in, you'd be greeted by an AI host. There was a merch booth that you could actually see merch inside, and then you could buy it at our flagship store in Manila, where there was a meet and greet with a boy band. So it was like a 90s queue where, girls and boys were lining up to meet them and go shopping with them in our store. We created a brand and artist content, and we created a stage. And as you all know, as I was saying, today attention span is like 8 seconds. So I was like, how are we going to get people to engage with this concert in a hologram and something that's totally new, where nobody really has 3G or 4G and you need to have Wi-Fi? How are we going to guarantee that? We have to get engaging content and make sure that these boy bands really do a great job. And so this is a snippet from that. Let's see, connection-wise, how it's going. We'll just go to the next slide. So, here we go. So we wanted to connect on Gen Z's terms. So users spent, as I just said, 8 seconds is the attention span. We got 12 minutes and 51 seconds with this audience in this virtual space that's our own. It's not Fortnite. It's not Roblox. It's not another game. It's our own repurposed PR space that is now a concert venue. We generated a ton of retweets on Twitter. And a good fact is, like I said, we're a little startup department within H&M. So we didn't have any PR. We weren't allowed to do that because we were going to launch a Metaverse collection in October. So no PR. We had no media budget really. And we were only allowed to do it in the Philippines. So to be able to get on Twitter and get worldwide exposure because fans went gaga over it was super cool. We had 12,000 people that joined over 2 days, and we sent out a questionnaire, and 2,000 replied. And we got an NPS score of 98.2% of I would recommend this experience to a friend. And these are just some tweets that we were receiving about the concert. And the fun fact is, once we released that we were going to do this concert, again, we had no PR, no media budget really, CNN picked up on it organically and featured us during the week on their morning and evening news, that this was the first concert for BGYO in the Metaverse and that it was for free and that anybody could join it. First time, it's so unique, like watching my idols in person. interact with co-fans. It's kind of inconvenient for me to attend BGYO events, but because of the concert, I felt so close. Thank you so much, H&M, for organizing this kind of concert. It's one of a kind. This will indeed go down in history. From the teasers, individual videos, the merch, and the virtual concert itself, what's next? So we wanted to break the limits with Metaverse tech. This is something new, like I said, for me and a lot of people in the team. But we connected with 61 countries. That's the coolest part about being digital, is that you can unlock that without ever having to spend so much money as you would usually do as an H&M campaign. It was more connecting and sharing the experience. And we had 66% that actually joined via a smartphone, which is quite cool. And yes, the strategy behind what we do within the Music Hub is that we want to amplify talent we believe in, want to give them a chance to reach audiences that maybe their label just can't. And so yes, we picked them up right when they launched back in January, and we work with them in campaigns, and then we gave them this amazing opportunity to grow with us as a brand and reach what they call the ACEs, which is their fan base all around the world and through the metaverse. So brand value will be created by the next gen experience. Yes. So what did we do? As a summary, we democratized the concert experience with minimal budget, like I said, no money. We worked with emerging talent, which was BGYO, a small local market in the Philippines. We linked online to offline post-COVID, where URL again surpasses IRL. And our solution was to have the first virtual concert tailored for Gen Z, with worldwide access throughout any, and we wanted to amplify the talent we believed in. And like I mentioned, we had 12.51 minutes average dwell time in our concert space. We had the 98.2% NPS value. They would recommend it to a friend. 61 countries joined, and local P-pop BGYO band made history, and we reached 48 million, which was 11% of H&M's total reach, and 35% of H&M's total conversation worldwide. Thank you.
Yeah, really interesting. Questions? I'll start. What is next? What do you do next?
Sell merch.
Okay.
Because I think it was 96% said that they would want to buy merch or a skin, I guess,
Wow.
in the metaverse. So whoever's doing that, we can talk.
How
But
happy-
yeah,
How happy were the Filipino band to be featured by you guys?
they were super happy
Yeah.
because they reached fans that had discovered them, through other friends, and that they were able to actually enjoy a concert being in the States or being in South America or also in Africa, and being able to reach that audience. And then after that, they went on a world tour. Cool.
So will you do something like, what is the next stage? I mean, are you going to go with another bigger, broader thing than this? You just did Philippines, now you can do the world, right?
So this was a pilot, like I said. So
Yeah.
now it's understand what are the market needs, what kind of, artists want to have more like a platform to communicate and reach fans with. And yeah, how do we sell merch in the metaverse basically and connect it to our stores?
Thank you for that. That's a great presentation and great job. You sort of asked a question I meant to ask, which is what's the next step? And is it something that you would perhaps envision being a regular item on your agenda, where maybe a festival where you bring out different emerging talent?
That is a good question. I got that question from a department within H&M. We'll see. I think it's about understanding the market's needs, and like in the US, maybe had a hip hop artist that brought a ton of fans to it, and that's what usually brands do. They work with really huge talent to bring in the audience. We didn't. We brought passion into it. We brought people that actually want to see their idols grow. So, and we didn't charge for it. Usually when you work with large talents, you charge a chance to be part of an opportunity and not only focus on the sales, but more of the brand engagement and the brand love, and unleash those types of experiences that perhaps you can't really do otherwise.
I have two quick questions. I love this program. I think it's so impactful. Was this concert streamed or live, and how many times was it shown?
It was actually pre-recorded. It was really cool because they had never done like a green screen. I think we had like 2 weeks of just understanding what nuance of the green, like paint, they had to do. So we pre-recorded it, but it was live during the 2 weekends when they had their album release. So you could go and join in on a Saturday and on a Sunday and take part of the concert as you would do at a regular concert.
And then that's fabulous. Did you have any data on brand recall? What percentage of the people who attended that event understood or remembered that H&M was sponsoring it?
I think we had 93%.
Perfect.
Jeff, do you get a question? Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah,
thank you.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Bianca. Really
Thanks.
good. Interesting. Okay, Jonathan from Baller. Where's Jonathan? There you are. Okay. Up next, video or a presentation for Baller Mixed Reality. Yeah. The clicker's there on that. And take a microphone. Take this one. I'm not sure that works.
How's everyone doing? Good. We having fun yet? All right. I like to feel the energy from the crowd, and there's so many really brilliant and innovative people in the room who really understand the metaverse, and that's a pleasure for me to be here and make this presentation with you today. I represent Strong Interactive, which is the holding company of Baller Mixed Reality and other brands. Let's see. How do we go?
Just green.
Just the green? We are trailblazing the strategic utilization of mixed reality content, blockchain tokenization,
Red for back.
and red for back. Okay. Metaverse engagement and AI integration to bring the promise of Web3 into reality. We're doing that across multiple verticals, including sports and entertainment, consumer goods, fine art, and high-end cuisine. We have some recent acknowledgments. We were awarded the Mixed Reality Innovator of the Year by Corporate Wire, Most Pioneering NFT Collectibles Company of 2022 by International Wealth and Finance Magazine, and Startup of the Year for Bokazan in Miami Beach by Hacker Noon. Essentially, what we're doing, what we're seeking to address is the macro challenge and the macro problem that despite all of the attention and honestly, some of the hype around Web3 over the last 3 years and the metaverse, the average consumer still has few options to really engage with these technologies in ways that are frictionless, in ways that solve real problems, provide immediate value, and deliver tangible results. How we're addressing this in the sports and memorabilia sector is that most athletes and entertainers have few means to directly monetize their fan bases. They typically have to do that through sponsorships and other corporations. And the other issue in memorabilia is that fraud and counterfeits are ripe. Unfortunately, it accounts for major loss each year within that market. In fine art, owners of high-value original artwork typically have no means to monetize those assets unless they're sold. In high-end cuisine, as we know, since the pandemic, it's been very difficult for restaurants to bring people back into the restaurant experience. And then in highly competitive global e-commerce markets, consumers certainly gravitate towards high engagement platforms. Here's how we are solving those issues. Our innovative methodologies provide easy to use Web3 solutions with minimal friction and immediate benefit, utilizing the devices that most of us have in our pockets right now. We have 4 branded solutions. Baller Mixed Reality essentially allows athletes and entertainers to generate substantial revenue from unused items that are typically sitting in a storage unit or even in a closet. Our collectibles eliminate fraud through verifiable authenticity and ownership on the blockchain. With Masterwork, we are converting original artwork into high quality 3D AR NFTs. We have already converted more than $40 million worth of original artwork from Frida Kahlo, Van Gogh, Basquiat, and Cezanne with an exhibit that we did here in Miami during Art Basel. With Metadyne, we are converting menu items into augmented reality previews, creating buzzworthy experiences for in-person dining experiences. And with Bokazan, which is a Latin American-based e-commerce platform, we are bringing exceptional customer service and trust and building blockchain solutions to also address supply chain concerns. Here's an example of one of the items from Baller Mixed Reality. This physical collectible was given to me during the time that I worked with David Robinson, who's an NBA Hall of Famer. when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. You can see that we have recreated the basketball in limited edition, high quality asset that can be enjoyed in both AR and VR environments. I don't need to spend much time here. I think we all understand the tremendous growth of this sector and what mixed reality represents as far as the distinct market opportunities that are there, which is why we're all here in this room today. Our team, I lead our team. I'm currently ranked based on the success of our ventures so far. Crunchbase ranks me among the top 75 CEOs in the United States. And we have a great team of qualified experts from sports, entertainment, e-commerce, as well as digital asset conversion. Where do we stand as far as our competitive position? Crunchbase currently ranks us, and these are global rankings. We hold the #1 spot globally in Web3, in 3D technology, collectibles, and content marketing. We are the #3 digital entertainment company behind Netflix, which is #1. In sports, we hold the #3 spot behind DraftKings, which someone mentioned earlier. In augmented reality, we hold the #4 spot. Meta is #2. And we are among the top 10 blockchain companies in the world. Coinbase is #1. I believe Yuga Labs is #3. And so each of these, as you can see, are valued much more than we are. We're still a small startup and really honored to be alongside and in the space with these. But these are all billion-dollar ventures, and we're much smaller than that. For Bokezon, we are currently the #1 rated e-commerce platform in Latin America, and we are also the #1 blockchain company in Latin America as well. Essentially, our roadmap is to continue to build AR, VR, and XR experiences together with our content partners, athletes, entertainers, sports and entertainment companies. We are also building AI-generated content. And so someone mentioned earlier the importance of NIL, which is name, image, and likeness. But there are two other pieces of that which are becoming more important when it comes to AI-generated content, which is voice and story. So as we know, current AI tools allow for the replication of someone's voice, right, based on limited recording, to actually have conversations with AR. Story is also important. And what we're doing with the athletes and entertainers that we sign by acquiring this full suite of rights, it will allow us in a metaverse environment to be able to allow fans and consumers to interact with their favorite athlete or entertainer by actually programming and training the AI based on, again, voice and story to have real conversations. So one example of that is that we have signed a contract for exclusive rights with the family of Earl Lloyd. Earl Lloyd was the first African-American to play in the NBA. Many people don't know who he is. He's really the Jackie Robinson of basketball. Well, in speaking with his son, these stories are amazing of what he had to deal with in the early 1950s of being sort of the leader, in that space and taking a step forward that had never happened before. Wouldn't it be amazing to be able to have a conversation, not only fans, but for educational purposes, to be able to talk with an avatar, sharing the real life experience of that individual and being able to do that in the metaverse. That's one of the things that we're building for now, incorporating AI tools. NFTs and reward tokens are part of our ecosystem, e-commerce expansion, inclusion of AR previews. And what's important to know here around blockchain and the supply chains in Latin America is that we're able to use and building protocols now to solve some of the issues around efficiency and delivery on that side. Our corporate responsibility includes entrepreneurial empowerment and nonprofit distributions of utility tokens. Our current valuation is $32 million, again, much smaller than the others that we're associated with right now. We think that gives us tremendous room for growth. And we are currently accepting seed round investments and bridge round investments if you're interested in doing that. But again, I just wanted to give you a quick sense of what it is that we're doing. I'm very excited by each of the projects that I'm learning about here and hope to be able to work with you at some point.
Questions. I love the one with what's his name? There was the first basketball player. Was his
Earl Lloyd.
Wow. So how will the AI do that? You're saying if you have enough conversations with that person recorded somehow, the AI then would essentially recreate what that future conversation might be. Is that something like that?
That's right. So as we know, AI
Conversation from the past.
exactly. So what we see as being an important piece now in sports and entertainment is to secure story rights, because we want to teach the AI the real lived experiences of an individual and allow for fans to be able to have that conversation and have factual information come back as far as what that individual dealt with or experienced or the challenges that that person overcame. And those things are now possible with AI.
Incredible. Questions, thoughts? Yeah. Yes. And next up is Upland after this one, by the way.
Congratulations, really impressed with the AI avatar discussion. And it's one of the big topic of the moment. It's how all of those technologies, NFTs, Metaverse, AI, not compete with each other, but actually blend together to create richer experiences. My question to you, I would love to see the case study of this, and how trainable is an AI with like the specific data set of one person? You know, like right now, ChatGPT is trained over the whole internet. So in order for you to have a conversation with that guy, you need to train him with just like the information about that guy. How do you do that, and how well does that work?
So, we're still learning this along with all of us, right? I think AI has taken the world by storm, and we're all fascinated with its possibilities. But what we have seen is that in siloed chat GPT accounts, you can teach within your account, you can teach chat GPT the information that is most important to you, which makes your work most productive. So for us, we would have a siloed experience within our own chat GPT account, and we have a developer's account as well, which would allow for the AI to essentially feed back the information that we have given it. But we need to make sure, obviously, that we have rights to do that with each of the folks that we work with. So the same way that you would have production rights for a documentary, so to speak, for film or television, we're securing those rights with the folks that we're working with to be able to empower these AI experiences based on real life stories.
Great. One more question.
Yeah. Thank you for your talk. Very interesting stuff. I was just curious, what type of training exactly are you incorporating with the AIs, and how can you provide a more improved training experience from regular training, if that's part of what you're doing?
Yeah. So for any of us who have a chat GPT account, we know that oftentimes there are inaccuracies that come out, right? And that's a global concern, a societal concern for all of us. But again, within a siloed experience, our experience so far in working with the technology is that if you feed it the data that is accurate for your purposes, it will bring that data back to you upon subsequent queries and prompts. So it's a question of having enough data and feeding it the accurate data for your individual purpose, and that's what we're doing.
I got it. I guess I appreciate that. I was referring to like the sports. I guess it kind of, yeah, it sounds similar because, but I meant with training when it comes to like this actual sports. If you're doing any training, like incorporating the AI into the sports or any of that type of thing, how it kind of improves from regular training, I guess.
Well, what we see coming down the road, and again, we're still early on in those processes, but we can see that AI can be useful in generating static images. There are new tools for video. And so what we will do, and I was partial owner of a mobile app company years ago that did trainings with my.
Yes, Creator up. Sorry, Creator up. Upland me later. Creator up now. Dan Krolczyk, I say it in Polish. I don't know how you say it in English. How do you say your name in English?
Like that?
You do? Okay.
I should, right? You should. You're the expert. Where do we go? Down here?
Yeah, I think get up.
Or should we walk around more? What do you guys want to do? I think you go up on the, as you like. How about a big round of applause for everybody who's gone so far? Like, let's fire it up a little bit in here, right? And for Tom for putting this together, right? Number one, it's amazing that this is happening, this event is happening, that you guys are here, and we're pioneers, right? I mean, we're innovators, whether you're a brand or you're a business or an agency. The next Metaverse conference that you go to will be 500 people, 1,000 people, and then it'll be 3,000 people. And it's interesting whether it's AWE, XR, or I was at AES a while ago. Everybody stands on stage, and it seems like the first 5 minutes of everyone's dialogue was about what is the metaverse. And usually it was more like, just show me what you're doing, because we're all defining this as we go on the fly right now, which is amazing. So thank you for being part of the journey, and I'm thrilled to be here. So we are Creator Up. What's interesting is Tom actually reached out and said, hey, I heard about you guys. You're in the metaverse. You're a filmmaker. We need a film crew at our event. We need film. We need video. So that's what we do. Creator Up is a video platform. We make videos at big, affordable, massive scale. A lot of our clients are enterprise and education. And what, in general, my elevator pitch is what it is. We're about a 10-year-old company. We've got 8,000 creators in our platform. But you can think of a combination of, we use the had a baby reference, but it's kind of Amazon. It is Lyft and Uber, but Upwork and Fiverr. So creators in a platform. Thousands of creators around the globe in a managed platform. So you can ultimately make video content, animation content, 360 VR content, or metaverse content easier and faster. It's expensive, right? I mean, making videos are expensive. They've gotten more affordable, more scalable, but that doesn't mean that the quality was always good. So we helped address that by putting together a managed platform. So we'll kind of lightning round through the next couple of slides, and I'll just eventually show you what we do. So this is Mike and Hugh, our co-founders. If you look up 360 VR video, Hugh will probably be your number one result. He's co-founder of the company. He's split off. He's still our wild and crazy drone crasher, 360 VR filmmaker. He buys and crashes and destroys more cameras for fun than anybody I know. But they keep sending him stuff to figure out how to do stuff. So he is still a YouTuber at heart and a filmmaker at heart. So we'll jump ahead just a few more. Some of these are things I really just went over, but agility, speed at scale, like our MVP was solving these challenges that enterprise and education came to us and said that they were having. So let's jump ahead just a few more. I talked about the coders, creators, filmmakers around the globe, certified and verified. So we are not a Tinder dating app for a client and a video project. So that happens if you log into some of the other platforms and try to find a filmmaker in Miami, right? You'll get somebody who shows up who has an iPhone 14. What we do is we make sure that the team is vetted, that they work on your brand. Let's jump ahead a few more. These are some of the brands that we work with. What really makes us unique is that we've got this great portfolio of education, enterprise, TikTok, L'Oreal, Sony, McGraw-Hill is one of the biggest publishers of textbooks. Last year, they had us do over 1,700 videos in a short time frame window. And now imagine a very difficult, if anybody's got college kids out there or high school, very discerning audience. They know what they want. They know they'll immediately judge a video and vote you out or watch your video or subscribe or put money in if the video is good. And they wanted TikTok style, faster paced videos for learning, right? Because if anybody did online learning over the last few years, a lot of the videos and content was not good, right? Just because a professor suddenly had a camera in their classroom did not mean that the video was good. So let's jump ahead just a few more here. and I'll eventually just show you some of our work. But the other neat thing about the platform, I mentioned Amazon. When one of our enterprise accounts comes in, they create their company platform. They can order a video, they can slide the number of minutes that they need, the number of videos that they need, and basically get down to a great project price and get started. The price of a video in Venice is different than New York City, is different than Kansas City. We went full transparency in our pricing. So if you need 20 animated videos at 3 minutes, you can move the slider and figure out how much that video should cost, what the going market rate is, and start talking to a producer. We'll jump ahead. Again, any kind of video, talking head. These are some of our most popular. Talking head, mixed media, animation, docudrama style. Everybody wants Netflix quality video at a YouTube price right now. And then immersive style, which I'll show some examples here. I'll jump ahead to another one. And so let's see it. I'm just going to run this. I think you can, I think there's going to be sound here, but we can not blow it out of the speakers here, but I'm just going to talk through a few of these. So this is a combination of a number of shots that are in 360. So for the headsets that I'll talk about here, this is Bixby Bridge in Monterey area, Big Sur. This was done for a project with CBS. This was Kauai Coffee. They wanted a tour of their kind of farm to table story in Hawaii, to put these into headsets and then take it to a trade show and put the headsets on people. And what better way to give them a tour of Kauai and what it's like to taste the coffee and smell the coffee. They literally were, bless you, we're blowing like wafts of coffee to people as they had the headsets on. This was for Sweet Virginia. It was a project to teach kids how honey is made. And a whole story of the mountains, to the flowers, to the bees, to how you make honey. So not only did we include kids in the video story, we ended up taking that to the university, putting the headsets on the kids. This was a project for CBS. This was, a lot of people have done the Top Gun style thing. This was a great flight in a historic aircraft with the lead weather personality, who is an Army pilot. And we put her into an airplane with 5 360 cameras mounted to the airplane. This was a project done in the redwoods of Santa Cruz, again for CBS Paramount, who is re-engaging in 360 VR content. So, what we do is we bring the metaverse a little closer to, let's try something, let's do something, let's teach consumers how to do it. We went into, this is his private land. He basically lost his amazing cabin home in a fire and ended up repurposing his land for glamping. This is with Santa Clara University. It is dementia care training for caregivers, which is actually a really challenging field to train and recruit into. So this puts somebody in a number of different scenarios and they choose their own adventure. This was Tahoe skiing. Again, you watch the news story in 360 VR. There's a story about an amazing child athlete who has a number of different issues and goes through adaptive skiing program. A lot of people think they know what adaptive skiing is, but a lot of times you don't realize a skier that you might just be going down a hill with has got a number of different issues, but learns skiing through adaptive skiing program. So Connor is an amazing kid. This is using VR training with the Minnesota Lynx professional basketball team. So the WNBA came to us and wanted a VR tour of their training facility. So we helped them film this, put the experience into a Meta headset, send it out to a number of different potential players that were to sign with the team, because it's the middle of January. They're like, hey, come to Minnesota, right? Instead, they put the headset on and they say, put on the headset, you're going to get an immediate experience. This is Waymo driverless cars. This was just featured on CBS last week. And this was a cool past, present, future story that we did for worldwide clinical trials. They had a company theme meeting just like this. They wanted to bring a bunch of employees in and take them through the past, present, and future of the company. We brought all their employees in, put 50 headsets in the room. They watched the experience and then rotated through with other groups. And it was just way better than some of the other things that happen at events that people don't use effectively. So jumping ahead to a couple of the visuals around this. Let's see, we've got just some of the pictures of us. Literally, you got to tick off of the video and then advance the slide. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the kids, and this is with GMU and with Sweet Virginia, but a great a program that they ran for K through 12. Again, the program was developed by the university. Let's jump ahead to the next one. What I love about this is part of the barrier is getting people to try something, do something, whether it's an H&M, a new platform, and it takes when consumer habits, everybody's heard, it has to be like 4 times better than what they're currently doing for the consumer to shift off of. There's not something 4 times better than Facebook necessarily or Twitter yet, right? But when there is, everyone's going to be like, "Have you seen this thing? It's awesome." This is CBS, and you know what's great is it took off. It wasn't new for news to do 360 VR. If you look at the history, it wasn't good. What they used to do is go buy an Insta360 camera, stick it on top of a news crew, and take it out there and cover the exact same fire and be like, "Oh, there's a 360 video there if you want it." This was planned, filmed exclusively for 360. So when you watch these videos, you'll see the difference. Let's jump ahead one. If anyone's a QR code camera into it, I'll add some QR codes to this later. This is the other thing that was really important to us with CBS Paramount TV is tell your viewers what this is and how it works. If you ask Joe Schmo consumer, have you watched a 360 VR video? They're not sure. They're not sure, where they saw it or how they saw it. And frankly, headsets are, not at this level yet, right? They're getting better. Magic Leap is awesome. Everyone's got new headsets coming out over the next couple of years. It was important to us that the anchors explained, where's the content? How does it work? Do I need a headset? Do I need to buy anything else? Do I need to have any subscriptions? Can I just watch it on my phone? And how is it different and better? And what's cool about these stories is that if you watch it on your phone and you move around, you get a different story and experience every time you do it. Let's jump ahead one. So this is a QR code if you want to see the Waymo experience. You can scan that and keep that. That'll have all of these in my deck later, or I can show you later. But this is a screenshot from last week. So that's Itai. He is explaining. This is a news anchor for CBS television. She had never had a headset on before. I'm like, come on, you're in news. You should have had a headset on. Hopefully this isn't recorded, but I was like, let's get you over the barrier. And then these are the people that are talking to hundreds of thousands of people at a time, right? So I'm helping to build demand for what we're all doing, and that is new content in new spaces in new ways. So let's jump ahead. She's actually holding the controllers the wrong way. This is the event that I talked about. So every time we brought all these people in, I said, all right, who has done anything in headset? It was like 1 out of 30 or 40 people every single time. And I think all of us think like, oh, everyone's doing Metaverse, right? They're not yet. And, we got to be the brand champions around this and get, whether it's other customers, our brands, our business partners, to try something new. And that is a lot of what we do in this space. Again, I mentioned Creator Up, videos, animation. Like most of what I do are sometimes kind of frankly boring videos. I mean, it is HR training videos, it's policy training videos, it's sales training videos, but they're videos that are done better, faster. The companies want their employees to watch these newer and better videos. This is my, skunkworks, sandbox, playbox of really cool things that I like to work with. So let's jump to the next one. This was, again, a screenshot from the Minnesota Lynx. This project just continued to grow and get cooler and better. Bringing in the mascot was like, hey, let's bring in the mascot and have them kind of walk around and give part of the tour. They weren't thinking that at all, but we just thought, here's a great new way to do something different. In fact, they were going to come down and present on this thing. Let's jump ahead one more, and I'll show you a couple of other things that are, what else we're doing in the metaverse space, because companies come to us for ideas, for content. I mean, they know we're in Hollywood, they know we've got access to talent, and they want fresh ideas and fresh perspectives. You jump ahead to here. I'll send this link. I'm not sure why it didn't link. This stick with the bike. This is kind of cool. We heard some examples of this. We just did something similar to this for UPS. That's what the video is. But if you scan this, you've done the AR version before. You scan this, it's a one-tap link. If anyone's tried Eighth Wall or anything like this, this is a next generation of affordable, flexible, could do it right now. If you wanted an H&M mannequin And you could say, scan this. I want anybody to be able to see that mannequin in their store, put it into their living room, walk around it, see what this wedding dress looks like, see what a Mattel toy looks like on your living room floor. You can move it around, similar to some of the the Snapchat and the Facebook filters that are there. But this is a good example of our network coming to us and saying, oh, I can do that. I can do that like 1/10 the cost of what some of the other agencies have made millions of dollars on, and help serve your enterprise customers, education customers who want that. We did one with university that was just basically a human heart, because they wanted students to be able to walk around the room and check this out and move it and talk about it and have live conversations. So let's see, there's 1 or 2 more slides. This I can show you later. This is Fortnite for business. So nobody likes Zoom calls anymore, right? They'd like, FaceTime maybe. But what's a combination of Fortnite and Metaverse? Let's coming to a 360 VR room with your employees, with your customers. There's an example in here that actually is a live fashion show built on a platform that we work with called Pixel Canvas. Another great example of a startup platform 100% works, super affordable. 2 options. You can use either a templated room that is your mega mall type environment, or you can pay to rebuild all of that. And that is our world of what we live in. Like, how much do you want to spend to go recreate your own? It doesn't have to be an original fashion room. You want people to bump into each other and talk to each other and engage and have dialogue and conversations. But so I can send you this link as well. And then maybe one more, maybe not. We can skip this one. That's I can send this to you, but that is Pixel Canvas. Or you can play it and just mute it, maybe do a Q&A. So. I don't know why I didn't sit down, but.
You want to play that one? Huh? How long is that video?
Oh, you could just play it.
Yeah,
Play
that.
Mute,
Play that last
so.
video if it's popping up there.
And the music is just a dance track or something, but it shows some of the visuals that are there. But yeah, questions, comments, life advice. You can ask over our elevator music here.
Go ahead.
So I was curious about whether the metaverse, and that the visuals on that look really good, actually. And I was curious about whether for people that might be using Fiverr, whether Fiverr is something, I guess, how it compares to your platform, and how do you ensure that creators are connected to the best clients?
Yeah, really good question. Happens a lot. We do have some clients say, oh, like Fiverr. With Fiverr, you can't click a button to say, I just want to talk to somebody and tell them what this project is, because I'm not sure if I need animated video or speaker to camera or avatar. I'd like to talk to a producer. So our producers are full-time. We've got 8,000 people in our network. Fiverr has got over 100,000. Fiverr, if you put in your bid, you have to then read 25 different responses and try to figure that out. So we take that off of the customer to worry about, and then we help verify and vet. So the people that are here, like Greg, he's out there. He's in our network. He's actually, there he is. Hi, Greg. He's a film professor with University of Miami. So he's in our network. He is a verified creator producer inside our platform. Now, do we take new and raw talent? All the time, right? But before they can work on Verizon, they are verified by our team, and they're verified to work on Verizon. And that's what's cool about the platform, is when Verizon orders their next project, somebody knows the platform, the brand, the color schemes, the rules, the requirements, the deadlines. So yeah, appreciate it.
And short answer, because we don't see on schedule.
Yeah, it wasn't my project, but I can find and get you the example. Yeah.
Okay, Dan, thank you. We're gonna stop here. Yeah, awesome. Great. Appreciate it very much. Okay, Dirk Upland, you're up next. You don't have a presentation, right? Rather a conversation, correct? Oh, you do have a presentation. Yeah. You have on pen drive by chance? Did you email it to me? Oh yeah. Okay. So why don't you introduce yourself? I'll get it set up. All right.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Dirk Lute. I'm co-founder, co-CEO of Upland. Who have heard about Upland? Okay. So we are actually, in terms of landowners, by far the largest metaverse out there. I have some stats once the presentation is working and exactly what we do. So I'm wearing actually multiple hats. So first of all, started Upland in 2018. We used the URL upland.me for Metaverse, but no one was actually knew what Metaverse was. So I said at that time, marketing-wise, okay, we only use, virtual world, parallel world. Of course, this has changed in 2021. I also wrote a book together with Kathy Hackel called Navigating the Metaverse, and with Tommaso Di Bartolo from UC Berkeley, which was a bestseller on Amazon last year because we've been asked apparently, okay, what is the Metaverse? How does it work? And so on. So, I have started last year together with Decentraland, Animoca, Sandbox, and others, the Open Metaverse part. German actually philosopher, and we all in the Metaverse space right now. He says, every truth goes through 3 stages, right? And he says, okay, the first truth is, when you start with something, especially when we started out with Upland, right? Everyone laughs at you. Why do we need a parallel world, right? When you think about when Twitter came around, everyone was laughing, right? Then actually you have I think you guys have to click. Can you click once? Thanks. Then it's actually a post. And then next slide, next click, please. And we heard that many times. Things are failing. People are against it, and that's actually we hear that a lot about the metaverse and also crypto and blockchain. So next slide, please. You hear that right now with FTX, right? People say, okay, this is also something where people oppose, right? Or well, crypto is all scam, and why? And especially here in the US, we actually, we're working right now on a global scale, and we see that in the US, it's much harder. You have much more positive energy, especially in Asia and in Middle East. Not so much also in Europe, but hopefully things are changing again. Then the next slide, please. And that's also something, when you heard about now Mark Zuckerberg, big advertiser of the metaverse. Now he pivots to AI, right? Okay, people will start to think about. But then actually you come to the third stage of the 3 phases. Next slide, please. And which is then actually, everything is regarded self-evident. I always told you so, right? I knew it's going to come. And we're going to have that also with the metaverse. Okay, but let's talk about Upland a little bit. So next slide, please. Okay, one more. Okay, so first of all, our mission at Upland is to what we say, become the user-centric hub, right, for the metaverse. And how we do that, I explain you after that video. Next slide, please.
You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is a platform powering the entrepreneurial community in the open metaverse. Upland is the metaverse that is fast becoming the central hub for players to build their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland platform is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, invest in, or flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory and create a business with Upland Meta Ventures. Players are also able to own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. They can collect, sell, and show off artwork and other NFTs, and so much more. In Upland, we really are building the open metaverse economy and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players like you.
So, next slide then. So since we launched actually in 2020, we sold on almost close to 6 million NFTs now. We have 3 million registered users, as you can see, and people are always coming back to our app, right? So that's quite big. We're mapped to the real world, and we're based in Silicon Valley. So next slide, please. So originally we got inspired. People always ask, what do you do? We were inspired actually by the game of Monopoly, right? The board game, everyone knows, right? You buy properties or streets, you have to collect them and so on. That's exactly the same thing. What we are doing is, you buy a property and then you start building something on top of it. The next slide, please. So, and from day one, maybe you've heard less about us. You always hear about Sandbox Decentraland because we are focused from day one on the mass market, right? One important thing is that we're available on iOS and Android also as a blockchain app, right? Which is very unique. We're hiding all the crypto stuff, like you only sign up with email and password, right? And we allow users to extract monetary value after KYC by selling the NFTs for US dollars. And as you can see today, we have 65% of our users. They are, they even don't own NFTs outside of Upland, and we don't believe yet in the the complete immersiveness. We think that's not yet mass market ready. It's a great technology, and people are always amazed when they see something, but then very often it stops, right? So it's coming, but it's not here yet. All right, the next slide, please. So, but what's always important is everything's about the community, right? So, we had here an event, Las Vegas, first time in-person event, right? We have people coming in from Australia, New Zealand, Israel, Japan, right? Just to visit us and to be with us and to have a so-called live city opening. What I said also, we're based on the real world. You don't have to be in a city to play, right? We're currently live in 20 cities in the US and in South America and Porto and Portugal. But again, we're eventually going to open up more and more cities. So next slide, please. So even though we are in a downturn, when we open up new cities, we're minting 80 NFTs per second, and we're selling out. So Buenos Aires was the last one. We're selling out cars, and FIFA. I have a little bit more information about that. What we're doing. So next slide, please. So if you compare it in terms of landowners, so we have now 300,000 landowners. When you take, here like Decentraland Sandbox and Yuga Labs together, right, we're 5 times larger than they are. Then next slide, please. But our vision is to really create this, what we call Metaverse super app, where we do all those things, right? We have a social layer around it. People can do commerce, mobility is in there, like virtual cars, and so on, education, entertainment. So all that stuff is gonna, it's either already there, or of course we're gonna launch it very soon. So next slide, please. And so what is the user experience? So how does it really work for those who have never used Upland? So next slide, please. So first of all, when you download the app, right, on your mobile phone or on your desktop, you see actually the globe. Then you see here the US. Then next slide, please. You click on it. You see then New York, for instance, which is a city which we're live in, Manhattan. Next slide, please. You zoom in. Then you see actually here the city, and you see when you click on that little rectangle there on the green one, then you see actually that player is selling that for 7.5 million APEX. We have a fixed exchange rate with our in-app currency because, again, we have to be regulatory compliant. So, and $1 equals 1,000 APEX. So this little property is getting sold for $7,500, right? So, and that's actually a little more expensive. And what we are proud of is also, because it's not always that you have to buy something for millions of dollars, right? You can also buy something in Detroit for $5 or $7, right? It depends, of course. This is now extreme because it's New York. It's a little more expensive. Next slide, please. And then you complete so when you own a property, you can build some rocket leap and race you. And that's exactly part of our ecosystem. And our ecosystem, next slide, please, is basically that we always say, Upland had this platform moment, and we have actually 4 target groups. We're going after entrepreneurs, creators, developers, and brands. So if you look at the next slide, please, at the Metapreneurs, next slide. This is basically, you can start and operate a business. So we also see ourselves as the entrepreneurial metaverse, right? People can run and operate, sell little game pieces. They can sell outdoor decor, fan gallery, and all those shops are going to be launched within Upland. Next slide, please. And give you one example, for instance, cars, right? When you would want to become entrepreneur around cars. So first of all, cars have utility, right? In Upland, we have a purpose, you build in friction. So when you go from San Francisco to New York, you have to take a plane, it takes time and money. When you want to go to a certain place in Upland, you have to, have to take a car. Also, you can do racing in Upland. So next slide, please. And we're building a whole car economy, for instance, right? So people actually can become manufacturers. So we're working with car brands now to manufacture the cars. Then Uplanders become maybe they provide showrooms, where they can actually go and sell cars to other players, or they transport services. They transport the cars from the manufacturer to the showrooms, and rental services and lots of other things. You get the idea, right? So actually people are making money. We have a lot of people who quit their daytime job and just making money now in Upland. The next slide, please. So then, of course, we have designers. So when you can now do here lots of things, carve wraps, and create, like jacuzzis, and you give that to others, right? And we're going to offer, of course, AI tools, because not everyone's really versed in Photoshop and all that, right? To create assets which they can then sell to other players. Next slide, please. And then also what we're also particularly proud of is the next slide is actually we launched our developer platform. So the idea is basically we're connecting now Web 2 and Web 3 applications to Upland, right? And you don't need to, if you're just, if you're backend developer, you don't need to have any blockchain knowledge, but you can benefit and, from the reach of Upland, from our economy, from our infrastructure, and connect your own app to it, right? So we launched it actually a bit in quiet mode in November, but we already had over 100 developers who applied for it. So this is something where we say, okay, people go into this other experience, which can be completely different experience, can be on Unity, Unreal, what have you, but the players are taking their assets with them, their currency, their NFTs, and what have they. And then they can, enjoy those assets, and they can always come back. So then next slide, please. And last but not least, of course, we're also working with brands. So this was, for instance, during Halloween, Spirit Halloween, people were customizing their homes, and doing all that. Next slide, please. And we did a lot of things then. First of all, we had a partnership with UNICEF in Brazil, for holiday ornaments and outdoor decors. Then next one slide, please. Then we have a partnership with the NFL Player Association, so over 2,000 players are there. Actually, NFL PA, they call it the best, partner for that. And then we have a partnership here with FC Porto. That's the reason we open up actually Porto in Portugal. And next slide, please. We also did a deal with the Argentina Football Association. So we just opened up Buenos Aires. That's not live yet, but it's coming very soon. And then we have actually a partnership with FIFA in the Upland Metaverse. So that was actually quite big. I'm actually here with Klinsmann. Jürgen Klinsmann was actually the coach of the US and the German team. And people actually, when you want to get to the videos of Messi's goal in the final, for whoever watched the final, you have all as an NFT. But you cannot directly buy it. You have to play in order to get to it, right? You have to buy a bundle of things, you have to collect, you have to get to a fan score. The higher the fan scores, the more you can trade with other players. So there's a clear game mechanic behind it. And people were doing lots of other things, right? They customize their homes with their country colors and many, many others. So next slide, please. So we sold really a lot of things, even though there was, the last quarter of last year, but, we sold over 1 million NFTs. And once we put them out, they were immediately, that's so important that you have great IP, because people, of course, were crazy of buying those. Next slide, please. One thing is also is, first of all, we want to be very, in the world around us. Our mantra is rebuild the world. So we also want to be carbon footprint negative, metaverse. We're working on a blockchain which is very low in terms of carbon footprint, but we're also supporting lots of other things. I mentioned UNICEF, Susan J. Komen for breast cancer, and lots of other events. Then next slide. But one important thing is to really want to drive the open metaverse and interoperability. So I mentioned the third-party developer platform. We also launched an NFT portal where people will be able to import and export NFTs from any platform in and out, right, as the user. I mentioned the OMA 3 at the beginning of my talk here, right, where 1,000 companies have signed up for it. Lots of things and a book, and I'm going to do also a podcast series together with Dean Takahashi of VentureBeat, right, and about navigating the metaverse. So if you're interested, we're still looking for some people who might be want interviewed there. Then next thing is we're also going to launch a new standard for the metaverse, a standard for life. So if you want to start a gorilla in the metaverse, we call that Species. You can check out more information on species.io. That's something we're going to probably announce, not directly, because Upland cannot do it directly because we are a US-based company. This is a Swiss foundation. We're just driving this initiative. And the idea here is actually, so when you want to start a gorilla will be defined once, but then it can be actually in all metaverses, right? So in different platforms of the metaverses. So that's actually, so my co-founder is actually speaking at Miami, NFT in Miami on Saturday about it a little bit further. So just to summarize quickly our timeline, we open up the infrastructure, city openings in zone 2020 was really setting the foundation with a property trading game. Then, then we launched the platform. We had our platform moment, building out that ecosystem with the different target groups. Also, we launched a communication layer around Upland. And now our big vision is to become really the super app, metaverse super app, right? A social network, all that interoperability. We're launching also heavily variables soon. And of course, we're going to really go phygital, and blur everything. So then that's basically it. And the last slide is if you want to connect, on the bottom right, you see how you can connect with us. And of course, come and join Upland. Thank you.
Super packed presentation. So much going on there. We're going to take one question only because we're going to try to stay on schedule. Probably a lot of questions, but who has questions already? Yes, Sandy. Okay. And next up is Sol and Amber. Yes.
So, Dirk, this is really amazing. What is one thing that keeps you up at night? Like, what are you most worried about in that strategy that you laid out?
I think for the overall, to overcome what I mentioned at the beginning, to get to the third phase when it becomes self-evident, right? That the metaverse becomes, how we make it, to improve everyone's life, right? As such, right? That actually we get accepted also. That's not going to be seen as, scammers or whatever, right? So that's very important.
Great. Dirk, thank you very much. Really interesting. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to keep moving right along. Amber and Sol, you guys are up. You have a video or a presentation, correct? Right? Yes. Okay. I'll have you guys introduce yourselves on stage. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we've got a little, like a slide or two, but it's more of a discussion on this. And I know we're right before lunch, I think, so we'll keep it in time here. Do you have the first slide there?
You realize the conference no-nos are you never want to be the presentation before lunch or happy hour. So this kind of sucks. Okay, that's good news.
So why don't we go ahead while we're waiting for the slide to come up and do a little introduction. So I'm Amber Allen. I'm the CEO of AA Labs. And our company builds immersive collaborative hubs and spaces where the brands themselves own their community, their data, and their experiences. So our software is the back-end system for companies such as Dell, YouTube, and a lot of IBM, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and a lot of them are creating these immersive collaborative spaces that their creators are coming in and they aggregate all together. So it's a little of ours. My background is Disney and Warner and esports, so kind of that economy world.
Perfect. And historically, I've played the chief digital or chief innovation, chief data science officer role for companies like Sony Music, Estee Lauder, Merck Pharmaceuticals. So oftentimes I'm on the receiving end of hearing about Metaverse. And so Amber and I decided to partner together because it's a long journey ahead of us. And so oftentimes trying to convince individuals of what the art of the possible is, where the future is going, when it's not fundamentally within their domain of expertise, it's really, really difficult. So Amber and I decided to partner together because I often have to sell the story that's going to happen in 3 years from now. And you guys are you're bridging the gap between today and 3 years from now. So how to best partner up, sell the story within corporate America or enterprises, because I think there's entrepreneurs that really get it. But the B2B space is where a lot of the possibilities are. But yet, I think folks jump on the bandwagon with the hype, but the stickiness of it isn't always there. So, how do we cross that chasm together?
Yeah, and that's an interesting, a big piece of that is last year, it would be if a brand was doing a big collaborative like Metaverse type thing, it'd be a great press release. But now we're at this place where a lot of the hype is starting to go down, which is great, by the way, because as the products are actually out there, then people can see the results. And that was one of the biggest things we were talking about is what is the data behind that? Where's our data? Where are we showing that they're immersing themselves, but also engaging? And so a lot of times in the worlds that we'll create, it's what is the results that it's actually giving you outside of just the space that they're in.
Yeah, and I think for those of you guys who are in this space, live, eat, and breathe it, it's just so obvious to you. It's so obvious. And my expertise is in the AI space, and it's interesting to see the correlation between Metaverse and Decentraland a year ago and what's happening with ChatGPT right now. It's the same exact thing. It's everyone finds it astonishing. We've got to get into it for about 6 months to 9 months. There's a massive buzz. There's energy. Folks are getting phone calls. And then all of a sudden, the phone calls die down. The emails die down. And fundamentally, I think the first note of stickiness that you realize is that no one can come up with real life use cases that'll lead to commercial viability for the organizations. And that's the problem. They either have zero ideas of how this could apply to them, or they have 100 ideas and they don't know where to focus in on. And so I think regardless of the technology and how robust things have become with AA Labs or with Upland or some of the other providers today, I would always say lean in without talking about the technology and the software. Figure out their business and come up with 5 use cases. It's pure common sense of how it could actually help customer satisfaction or customer service. How can expert increase the knowledge workers? Even we were playing around yesterday, and if there's a way for them to be able to show the video.
Yeah, you guys ready?
There is no company out there that's not talking about data and analytics and the insights that they can generate. Because right now, the name of the game is really around increasing market share, capitalizing on digital marketing, who to target, how to target, when to target. And it's all lip service. They actually really don't know how to do it quite yet. But I do think that without making the leaps and bounds that Metaverse offers, if you were to even provide executives, for example, every morning they lock in, they look at their executive dashboards, and it's really ugly Power BI. Now imagine a studio or a workstation with the key presentations, strategic opportunities, what the financial goals of the year are, key contacts, top trending videos. And like in my industry right now, it could be about makeup or fashion or luxury. And imagine if you could get the top 5 to 10 TikTok, YouTube videos that's associated and correlated with your industry. On the back end.
One of the biggest things we would see is even getting people to put a headset on 7 years ago was extremely hard because they had done it on their phone and got very sick. And so how do you get people? So then what we did is we worked on mixed reality and had people see what it was if they were in the space, and then they were the actor in it, and that immediately made them warm up to it. So if anybody heard of DC Fandom in August of 2020, that was our company. And we had built a lot of the technology in the back end to make it 3D. And what we found was we hit 24 million people were on this, 200 countries, and 95% were on their mobile phone. And what we realized, and by the way, the experience was all in Unreal Engine and Unity, where we had built on both different styles for different parts of the groups. And what we found is it didn't work on the phone back then in August 2020. So we actually rebuilt everything. And as you can see a little bit here as it keeps going in and out, this is actually a 2D. It's built on our own 3D engine. We built our own because it needed to work on mobile. But what was fascinating is, to your point, people would be nervous just to click on something. They were afraid other people in the room would see it. And so our data was showing that based on different corporate companies, they didn't want to look foolish or silly in the space. And so we actually had to build that into the tutorial, like, hey, when you click on this, it's your own experience in your own instance. And it's like those basic steps of getting to step 1 through 3, where we've been talking about step 10 all along. And that's why I was saying we've got to first build the bridge products of where people are comfortable. And so to your point, and I don't know if the video will play or not, but what we did with YouTube, we can actually show you, is we aggregate tools they're already used to. Oh, you use Mira? Great. We'll pull the Miro whiteboard in. Oh, you use YouTube and you want to get your impressions back on YouTube? We'll put that into the room. So as you click on it, it gives that to you. So that was one of the biggest tips we learned for stickiness of why people use it all the time. We have 5,000 people every week and influencers coming in and learning. It's because they're learning tips of the week. They're learning that collaborative, but then it gives us the data. They create better experiences outside of it because they're collaborating, they're talking, and then the data actually shows us that that's why with like the Dell Alienware one, we had 36 college kids. They came in, they're learning all year, creating different content that is on social media. And into your point of the data, the social media impressions went from 1 million one year to 9 million impressions and 500,000 clicks and other interactions around it. So how do we get more in that way? I think is one of the things that you and I were talking about is like, how do we create more ways to get those data imports? And what are the things that people are looking for?
I think one of the hurdles as an industry that we have to overcome is you've got baby boomers in decision-making positions for a technology that's not meant for baby boomers. So there is an element of time that just has to expire. The shelf life is coming, but we're not there yet. I think the second is the talent pool. It's still it's a small pool of talent that really understand this. Know your space so well. Again, in the articulation, it just seems so obvious, but it's not a language. It's not vernacular that others understand. So the level of awareness and education that has to occur across what I call the citizen person, if you will, the citizen / digital data scientist or whoever that profile is getting more believers that this is going to be the next chasm. And you guys know it, some know it, but the mass population itself just isn't there yet. So I think we really have to work on the talent pool and articulating the value because it may seem completely obvious to you, but believe me, it sounds alien when we have folks from the outside come in and giving these big presentations. And I'm in the AI space. Like I can talk tech in and out. And I've even had to ask Amber a few, like, okay, slow down. What does this acronym mean? Okay, slow down. Walk me through this. Hold on. I think I understood that, but how is this related to this? Wait, so to whisper, we have to be next to like, and this is a one-on-one. So you can only imagine for those who aren't in the tech space, how overwhelming a concept like this can really, really be. So I would say is first timing. Some time just has to lapse because you've got decision makers who don't understand the space. 2, we've got to work on the breadth, depth, and span of the talent pool so that the storytelling and the narrative is a lot cleaner. And 3, I would say we have to do a better job of defining use cases. And it doesn't matter if you're in manufacturing, in the collector's world, in art, in fashion, music industry, outside of concerts, which is the only use case that folks know about. What are real life applications that we know can convert over into some level of commercial viability? And it could be increased NPS scores. It could be stickiness of consumer outreach. It could be better care, whatever it may be. And just almost, I hate to say it, but stick with the essentials and then give them the wow with the technology and the software. Oh, so the data play that Amber and I were chatting about yesterday was, so I'm an executive at a company right now, and I can't even tell you across WhatsApp, WeChat, Teams, Slack, text, personal email, work email, and everything above, how many different communication lines I have on my phone. It's almost overwhelming. I'm never up to date. But as an executive, when I come in, I always have 300 to 400 emails in my inbox, Teams, Slack channels, everything's overloaded. But I would love, is there a way to pull that back up again by chance?
You can just pause it if you want.
So something is base. Okay. I hope no one is like suffering from any sort of mental anguish or anxiety because this is creating it for me. And I don't even have one. I'm a pretty positive person. All right, we'll take a snapshot in your brain. But imagine, so I have a team of about 300 to 500, and I want to know in the top right who my highest performers are. At this point in time, based on intro metrics and KPIs that they've hit, that would be fantastic. I can have their pictures, I can have their names, I can set one-on-ones, I can ask them for lunch. On the left are all the YouTube videos. These are trends that I need to pay attention to that's specific for my domain. Now imagine I'm going to have my data science team pull all the APIs behind these, and I'll be able to understand exactly what hashtags are what hashtags, which influencers for how long are trending. And I can now create a storyboard that's going to impact my product launches, my marketing campaigns. And then imagine if I've got my Miro board right there, we have a brainstorming session amongst my key leaders. They're on a run and they had a great idea about a project that we're deploying and they want to post it. So we can now discuss it in our next team meeting. We don't think like this. We have to see it to understand it. And then we have to have someone walk us through it to play with it. And then we can actually start contributing into the build out of something like that. And then slowly yet surely, that's when they start understanding this world that you guys are powering behind the scenes. And so it's purely the KISS theory. Keep it simple and stupid for, unfortunately, some of the folks that just aren't making those leaps and bounds that you guys have.
Yeah, I always say when people say, oh, I can see 1,000 possibilities, that means they can't see one. And they have to be able to see one to be able to build on top of it. It's never a good thing when they say that there's so many opportunities here because they just cannot see one use case. And I think that's what's interesting is someone sent me a little video of David Letterman and Bill Gates about 15 years ago. It was on Twitter the other day, if y'all saw it. And he keeps going, you mean like a radio? Oh, you mean like a tape recorder? And he kept listing all these things of like what the internet, David Letterman was asking Bill Gates. And it's funny because we hear that all the time. Like we have 3 times the participation of Discord community in our product. And people are like, oh, so like Discord, or is it like YouTube? Or it's, and I'm like, look, just imagine a website, Zoom and YouTube had a baby. It's like getting on simple ways that let them understand it.
That's right.
Any questions? You think we want to in this space of like the data that you're looking at? Because I think one of the biggest things, one little point was when we were looking at this, we were comparing it to gaming. This is a really interesting thing for us. I come from the gaming world, worked on Batman Arkham and Mortal Kombat and all of that. So when we said, hey, somebody's been on a website 42 times more on our world, 42 times more longer in the world than they do on a normal website. That sounds good. Talk to the head of Warner Brothers and she goes, oh, so it's hard to click around and understand things. Because she was taking it from if you're building a web page and someone's spending 42 minutes longer than normal, that they don't understand like what's going on. We said, you've got 11 times more clicks, i.e. they're engaging, they're clicking, they're learning, they're staying longer. She goes, oh, y'all really should fix your UX and UI. And I realized we were using metrics from the gaming world that people would understand, but from the marketing side, they were taking completely different. And I think that's what's so interesting is earlier when the gentleman was talking about like the CAC, right? And the different metric numbers of changing it and understanding what the value and end result that it gives you instead of the functions, again, what you were saying of like the clicks and stuff is what we had to actually really do. So I thought that was interesting.
Okay, we're going to wrap up and stay on schedule, okay? If you want to put that video when we get it working a bit later, we can give it a go offline.
I think we're done with it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's right. I think you're right. I got you. Thank you very much. We'll talk more in the afternoon as well. Okay, we're going to go on. We have 2 more presentations. You guys are up Coder Block right now. Coder Block, you got that presentation? Yes. Hopefully it's not blinking and this kind of stuff. Yes, and then one more, and then we've got lunch.
Hey there, everyone. Sorry, I'm Dan. I'm Dan Costa. I'm from Coderblock, and I think it's a good moment for me because it's my first time speaking in public in English since until 6 months ago. I didn't speak a word of English, so I hope it will be clear for you. So every time I'm just trying to speak to explain what Coderblock is, I every time say Coderblock is guided by market because we have experience of about 7 years with as a Coderblock or as a corporate companies, and we started from a totally different goal. I'm trying to waiting for the presentation. Okay, perfect. So I would like to have a little tour about our company and how we have evolved during the last 7 years in order to understand how we become one of the most important metaverse in Italy right now. So we are focused there. And we have a little break news because we raised the investment from Deloitte. So we are moving here in Miami. and it's a great news for us. And we will see it together. So next, please, we have a. Okay, click here. Happens. Okay, what about color? We are a polygon decentralized metaverse. It means we are creating something for others, not for ourselves. And the point is, we are trying to solve one of the most important issue problem right now for the business. When you, I'm trying to explain in a different way. Um, there is a meme on the internet of Spider-Man point finger of another Spider-Man. Okay, when I saw other kind of metaverses, I just looking was thinking about, okay, why we are just connecting brands with another brands, but not with the audience of the brands. So we are looking to create a user choices system in order to allow our users to be free to become what they want. For example, landowner in Colorblock, or citizen, or the gamers with a gamification behind the scenes, or for example, business owner. So we are creating different kind of experiences, and I will show you a gift in about 2 minutes about that. But the point is, our goal was totally different. We started 7 years ago. In my vision, I would like to create a product for remote collaboration. So just a 3D virtual office, another kind of goal. Basically, we started with the first customers, and it didn't take me long to understand that, our customer wants thinking about Colorblock like a virtual experience, not like a virtual office. So after I want to go here. After just 2 months, we deploy our first version. We figure out we had to create, for example, a dining room with a DJ playing entertain users, or for example, a virtual fair. We collaborate with Save the Children, with Randstad, with Deloitte, with a lot of corporates about that. But after a while, we figure out we have to create a classroom for learning, maybe, or also a wall for e-commerce, for retails. So we, at this point, I figured out I had no clue about what Colorblock was. The point is that our market's thinking about Colorblock like a kind of virtual experience, like a kind of something that can help with their needs. So we understood that the next point should be create something in order to improve onboarding for their audience, for the users. So we create a clientless experience, just a browser game. But we just decided to create something more, because our users decided to ask us every day, every time for about 6 months to create a way to have ownership of their virtual experience. Okay, just to give you some perspective, in Italy, when you talking about Web3, about NFTs, perspective is totally different from here. So you have to explain everything to them, and we just trying to do that. And in about 2 weeks, we organize our first pre-sale for our virtual lens, and I'm excited to say to you that in about 2 weeks we are almost close out. So it's another good news for us. And all the blue lens is the solder one, and but the point is, we are trying to share all our know-how about the business, about the 7 years on the B2B markets with our customers. So we created 44,000 lens that we sell in about 7 sales seasons. And every time we were just to share something more to our customers in order to improve their needs, or maybe explain how they can use metaverse inside a new kind of environment. We have a well-designed roadmap right now, and we are trying to, after Deloitte, we are trying to create 2 different kind of a platform, a mobile platform and a VR platform. But I think it's better to share with you some insight about Colorblock, and will be very easier for me share with you just the technology about Colorblock. So there is a video. I just want to say thank you to my team in Italy, because in about 2 hours from now, everyone from my team will come here in Miami. It's just a gift trip for them. And I would like to just say thank you. You will see in the future of this video, but it's okay. I just would like to share the video with everyone. So I don't know if it's already ready. Let's figure out. Okay. There is audio maybe, but I can just explain everything here. Okay. Every time we need to work with a brand, we just trying to figure out which kind of needs we need to, or maybe the achievements we need to reach. So this is an example of our technology for Deloitte, but for example, for them, we are working on HR experiences, or for example, we are working on a kind of gamification that's different from Save the Children. For example, with Save the Children, we are working on donation on crypto, another kind of experiences too. And every time I think one of the most important to do is just find a way to help themselves in order to create a new experiences. So we can do that by ourselves, but as you can see, we want to offer a builder, a 3D builder for our audience in order to share our tools and our know-how for them and try a way to help them with our story and a new kind of markets that we will arrive also here in the US. I think that's it. There is a QR code if you want to know better with a better English with my team here. We have a booth here. If you want to know better about ColorBlock, we have a QR code. You can keep in touch with us and deep dive with ColorBlock. And that's it.
Thanks and good luck in Miami and in New York.
Yeah, we are excited. It's a new corporation here, but we are excited because we already found the first customers, and it's in the economy from Italy, but you know.
Great. Thank you very much.
My
We're gonna
pleasure.
keep moving. Terry, you're up next. Mr. Proto. I guess this mic is working now. Okay, good.
So Mike here, thank you.
Video, you got a presentation or video? Yes?
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. So while we're starting, hi everyone, my name is Terry Proto. I'm the CEO of Virtual Reality Marketing. My background is in games and digital marketing. I've been creating award-winning 3D interactive content for brands since 2005, and that's going to be relevant for what's coming up in this discussion. And now, as a company for Reality Marketing, we're really focused on connecting enterprise and brands with leading AR, VR, and Metaverse developers. Should we wait a little bit for the... I know it's coming.
We could do. we could take it. Oh, here we go. There you go.
Hey, there you go. Thank you. Move on to the next one, please. Fantastic. So as I was saying, we're connecting brands and the best AR, VR, Metaverse developers. And when we fast forward to today, we are the largest community of XR professionals. We've got more than 75,000 people on our group on LinkedIn. We've got 40,000 people in our newsletter. We organize really cool monthly Metaverse events. We like to call this, talk about the Metaverse in the Metaverse with, again, leaders from companies talking about topical and trends issues. Our website is a big resource. We've got more than 3,000 companies listed. We've got more than 700 case studies of AR and VR. And I couldn't agree more with what was said before on the case studies. I'm going to elaborate on that later. And finally, we're an XR strategic consulting agency for enterprises and XR creators. Please move on. Ooh. And as we said, the Metaverse is a $1 trillion opportunity. And okay, cool. And it's the next internet. We're going from 2D pages to 3D worlds. I'm sorry about that. And as we were saying, we had the quote from McKinsey, it's going to create something like $5 trillion of value by 2030. And really, the big question is how are enterprise clients, brands harness this to create value for their company and future-proof this. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Whoa. And if the metaverse is a $1 trillion opportunity, what we see on our side is that it's also a $1 million problem. And I really appreciated the conversation with Amber and Saul before because they really made my point. We have this perspective where we talk to a lot of people in the industry at all times. And what we've seen playing over and over again is that entering the space is really difficult for enterprise clients. And, same kind of things. You elaborated a lot, so I'll go quick, but immersive technology is overwhelming. It keeps changing. People don't know where to start. It's very hard to find trusted AR, VR, metaverse partners. And I like to say that the bigger the budget, the bigger the problem. And most people, exactly as you were saying, don't understand the true costs and the true complexity of creating sophisticated immersive content. And one way to summarize this, again, I come from games, and a lot of this 3D, advanced 3D and interactive 3D technology is coming from the games industry. And the metaverse basically is built on 30 years of hardcore. It's not basic. Even in the games world, it's like sophisticated skills. Like it's based on 30 years of hardcore video games evolution. And of course, it's normal and it's expected that not everyone on Earth understands this technology. It's actually quite the opposite. And what we keep seeing is that without this culture, without sharing this culture, clients and XR creators don't speak the same language. And the big problem is that it's often resulting in $1 million mistakes and or delays, usually both. And if we move on to the next slide. So I'd like to share quickly 2 true stories. And I love to say that this is what you will not read on Forbes. Again, being in the back office, talking and advising those companies, I can't share names, but the stories are really interesting. The first company, publicly traded companies, they announced this ambitious metaverse division in Q1 2022. And their plans was to release a series of platform and CIS experiences by June of 2022. And then it's been expectations versus reality, and they've learned, and they've learned, and they've learned. And after many delays, they will publish their first round of content only in Q3, Q4 of 23, with 12 to 18 months of delay on their initial schedule. It's that hard. And all of those people are very smart, very talented people. It's just they don't understand the space. And fun fact, for the same brief they shared, they got quotes ranging from $25,000 to $2 million when trying to create the experiences. So how do you pick someone? It's like, okay, we have this brief. And turns out the story was the brief was too thin. And people were able to interpret them, however they wanted. Second story is a privately owned company, knows them very well, know the CEO, and it's a hard story, this one. They chose to work with a big name, like a really big name, XR supplier. And this company was so big, they decided to outsource the project to another company. And that company did a botched job. They went very quickly because the timeline was compressed. The client didn't understand the timeline was too compressed. And it took 12 months for the client to realize that their initial $1.5 million investment was lost. And then they had to scramble to kind of rebuild everything in a rush and everything. Long story short, launch is now delayed 9 months. Budget has ballooned to $4 million. And they were very well funded at start. But despite that, now they're in survival mode. And the company has almost been shut down by the board like 6 weeks ago. And they need to turn around this thing really quick. So really complicated personal stories for the people involved, as well with the clients and the suppliers. Can we please move on? And so what we do is we do just that. We solve that problem. And like I said, I really love the discussion before. We help our clients save a lot of time and a lot of money, literally millions of dollars, by avoiding all of those mistakes. And it's all about bridging this gap between the clients and the suppliers. And what we do is we help with this education, which is way too much. Like most XR suppliers don't have the time and energy in terms of sales. It's overwhelming for them to educate clients so much, and that's where we come in. We start with the education on, what are the current metaverse trends, and then the strategy. We talked a lot about this, especially last year. There was all this hype about one-off activations. Everyone's on Roblox, so I need to get there. But why? Like, what's your why? What's your ROI? What are the benefits of that? And then the budget. Budget is a huge topic, my favorite topics. Like, no one knows how much this thing costs. And coming from games and movies, people tend to forget that the biggest, most expensive games and movies cost easily $150 million or more on PlayStation or in Hollywood. So if you come to this with a $500,000 budget and you think you have a lot of money, think again. And then the creative, the brief, the specifications, all those things need to be extremely developed if you're creating a whole world. And that's something important. And once you have all of that, and once you're equipped with all of that, yes, well, you're in a position where we can connect you with the best people and start the execution, launch the initial use cases. And it's all about, this time, the use case, the ROI, and measuring the results for the clients. If we can move on to the... And talking of unlocking value, I want to elaborate on 2 quick use cases. It's all about the case studies. So case studies we've published on our site. Next slide. Wow. So the first one from a company called Sentient, it's a digital twin offshore platform, and it's really solving the problem of accessing remote resources. And it's a complex problem of, you've got $1 million more, very expensive assets, and they're remote, you can't access them. It's very inefficient to access them, it's risky, it's dangerous. The information about it is not centrally located. And by creating this digital twin, it's possible to create a fully navigable replica of the platform. It's possible to connect all of the data and the docs to individual pieces of equipment. And at the end of the day, you've got tons of use cases. It's safer, it's cheaper. You can research, access data, train employees much safer. And with massive gains in money, safety, efficiency. Moving on to the next one. Oops. Okay, so this one is a case study from, I'll talk about after the video. Oh, you know what, I can put on the video. It's a case study from Lucid and Zero Light, and they created this beautiful car configurator. It's all cloud rendered. So the beauty of this is that you have this level of quality in any browser, tablet, phone, as well as the 8K resolution, super high-def version of this. If we can move to the slide. For the sales centers and also the VR version. And basically the whole purchase journey of the Lucid cars is now fully visual, fully interactive. And whereas other configurators are very static, the added immersion is giving stellar results for the sales. They have, that's way too hard. I'll just finish on Lucid and we'll move on to that. They have stellar results. So top of my head, they have like plus 47% engagement. They've got plus 51% in orders through the configurator. And it's kind of the same thing you were discussing before, like the head of marketing from Lucid is saying that he's never seen so much engagement on a website at launch. And that's kind of making the point of the use cases. That's why we have this library of use cases. It's all about having your strategy in place and deploying the use cases that are actually delivering value at the end of the day. So I love the Lucid story. And the last video is just a quick summary about us and what we do.
Cool. Good.
Thank you very much.
Good. One question, Jonathan. Yep.
Oh, that's a good question. I would say a lot. I mean, a big part of the challenge for everything AR, VR, Metaverse is hardware. And you have just ballpark something like 20 million quests. And you have something like, is it 7 billion? Billions of phones out there. Deborah is the head of strategy. She has the numbers. And so yes, 3 billion smartphones. So short answer is, in terms of people have really, in the last year, what's interesting is that the definition of Metaverse, like in 2020, it was really VR first, headset first, hardware first. And then people have started to realize that it's not so much about the hardware, it's about the 3D immersive. And it's great if you do it on a higher install base. So short answer to your question is a lot.
Okay, thank you. We're going to stop here. Great, appreciate it. Lunch is coming soon. You get questions afterwards, please. Thanks, Terry, very much.
Sure.
And the segue is perfect because Terry Proto. We're now going to go to Proto, the machine, and there's a 1-minute presentation from the mayor of Miami, Mayor Suarez, and then lunch is served outside. And we're going to push everything back 15 minutes. We're a little bit late. So instead of 1:30, we started at 1:45. Okay? Back here.
Welcome to everyone attending this year's edition of the American Metaverse Awards. We're honored to have been chosen as a venue for an event that celebrates the... I want to give a warm welcome to everyone attending this year's edition of the American Metaverse Awards. We're honored to have been chosen as a venue for an event that celebrates those who dare to innovate, dream, and build a new economy driven by technology. As you may know by now, Miami is the capital of the Metaverse. In this city, creators get celebrated, not condemned. We understand where the world is heading towards, and we want all of you to build a new iteration of the internet from right here. Web3 promises to become an avenue for economic prosperity, opportunity, and innovation. It has the potential to democratize capital and empower individuals in ways never seen before. With Web3, digital assets are being created that are going to give us an expanded ability to connect, to socialize, to dream, and even to commerce. In an ever-connected world, this is a game changer. The Magic City will become the gravitational center of the world for the metaverse, and will guarantee a brighter, more prosperous future for our future generations, because we know where the world is headed, a decentralized economy that prioritizes our individual freedoms. Thank you, and God bless. Hello.
Okay, lunch got here at 1:45.
Set it up over there. Okay, great. Set it up.
Money, I'll show you. Go watch. Go put the tape down. Or put something down.
Oh, that looks great. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Actually, move a little bit. Yeah. Huh? Well, it's great. Let me film it. Hold on. Great. Awesome.
So we also I present.
Great.
Should I put the logo somewhere else?
Put it down.
Put it down?
Yeah.
Where?
It was covering your face.
Bottom left?
Yeah, left, right.
There. Can you stand? I need to zoom out a little bit more.
No.
How's it look, Tom? We gotta get you in there.
Huh?
We gotta get you in there.
That's good. That's good. That's really good. Yeah.
It's gonna be a little bit to the left.
There. Yes. I'll be right back with 5 minutes. All right.
It keeps on moving. I don't know if it keeps on moving or you keep on moving. No?